Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 5:22 p.m. The Subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Agriculture as outlined in Resolution E2. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $40,499,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Agriculture pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Minister of Agriculture to make opening comments for up to 1 hour if they wish, and to introduce their staff to committee. I recognize the Minister.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Before I proceed, please allow me to introduce the members of my senior team who are joining me here today. Supporting me are Deputy Minister Loretta Robichaud and Michael O'Brien, Executive Director at the Department Finance and Treasury Board. It is with great pleasure that I come here today to talk about the Department of Agriculture's work and the agriculture sector. The department helps support and grow agriculture and agri-food throughout the province. We develop programs, services, and policies to help farming in rural and urban communities to be more competitive, sustainable, and profitable. We work with farmers, community groups, and partners to help increase the province's food supply and improve food security. We also promote the importance of buying local and help consumers find local farms, food and beverage producers, and products. The department supports the economic growth and sustainability of the agriculture and agri-food sector by providing programs to help food and beverage producers, processors, and commodity associations. The department also works to promote Nova Scotia food and beverage products to local and export markets. We oversee the province's agriculture legislation, including supply management, and we provide financing and credit counseling for the agriculture and agri-food sector. Last year, Nova Scotia saw a 14% increase in farm cash receipts. That is an impressive $84 million increase and brought the total farm cash receipts to $674 million in 2021, up from $590 million in 2020. Nova Scotia's supply managed industries include dairy, poultry, and eggs, accounted for about half of farm cash receipts. Other major contributors to 2021 farm cash receipts included fresh blueberries at $45.9 million, cattle at $30.5 million, floriculture nursery products and sod at $30.3 million, cannabis at $51.3 million, fresh field vegetables at $35.9 million, and fresh apples at $22.9 million. In 2021, 7,492 people earned a living by being directly employed in the primary production of agriculture in Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia's agricultural sector has hardworking people. It is great to see the increase in farm cash receipts in 2021 reflect their hard work, especially during the challenging times of the pandemic. Of course, many more Nova Scotians are employed in agriculture-related services, such as the feed industry, farm machinery, and farm supply stores. It is important that we continue to grow the sector and to develop new markets. Agri-food products are the fourth largest export category in Nova Scotia, and with last year's increase in agri-food exports, we're seeing more high-quality Nova Scotia products on tables across the world. Nova Scotia's international agriculture and agri-food exports totaled $399.7 million in 2021, up 7% from 2020. Our major markets are the United States at 50%, Netherlands at 9%, Germany at 7%, and South Korea at 5%. Wild blueberries are the top agricultural export for Nova Scotia, exceeding $120 million in sales in 2021. Nova Scotia participates in federal, provincial, territorial cost-shared framework agreements to support agriculture policy and priorities for the sector. These agreements fund strategic development programs and business risk management programming. My department offers many programs that are funded through the Canadian Agricultural Partnership, or CAP for short. CAP is a 5-year, $3 billion federal, provincial, territorial investment to strengthen the agriculture, agri-food, and agri-based product sector and increase its competitiveness, prosperity, and sustainability. For Nova Scotia, that means a total of $37 million is being invested through provincially delivered programs. These programs focus on markets and trade, science, research and innovation, environmental sustainability and climate change, risk management, value-added agriculture and agri-food processing, and public trust. CAP is entering its final year of the 5-year agreement, so I am happy to report that work has begun on the development of the next policy framework for agriculture. That framework will replace CAP, which expires almost exactly 1 year from now, on March 31st, 2023. A new vision was agreed upon by ministers at the most recent federal, provincial, territorial ministers meeting in Guelph, Ontario. The Guelph Statement is an important milestone for the framework, as it represents a shared vision for the future success of the industry. The vision agreed upon by ministers for the next agricultural policy framework charts an ambitious path for the sector focused on 5 priority areas: environment and climate change, science, research and innovation, market development and trade, building sector capacity and growth, resiliency and public trust. Prior to the meeting in Guelph, my department held an initial round of consultations with industry related to the priority areas. The Guelph Statement reflects the large amount of input received so far through stakeholder consultations over the past year. Further consultations will be held as the department outlines specific programs for its bilateral agreement with Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. The federal and provincial governments are conducting a review of business risk management programming and have made some short-term changes, while a more comprehensive review is completed for inclusion in the next policy framework. The review is focused on significant reform, particularly to the agri-stability program. Business risk management programs are the tools that provide agricultural producers with protection against income and production losses, helping them manage risks that threaten the viability of their farms. These are voluntary, demand-driven programs that are national in scope. These programs include agri-insurance, production-based insurance programs, Agri-Invest, a self-managed producer government savings account to help manage small income declines and make investments to manage risks, Agri-Stability, income disaster program to manage large income declines, Agri-Recovery, disaster assistance to assist farming operations resume operations after natural disasters and/or disease outbreaks, and Agri-Risk supports the development of new risk management tools. Nova Scotia's wine industry continues to show positive results in sales, and our wines and winemakers continue to earn worldwide recognition. We're becoming known around the world for our high-quality wine products. In fact, there have been at least 2 international articles published in the past 6 weeks recommending wine lovers visit Nova Scotia to experience the region producing Tidal Bay wines, our quintessential unique appellation. We are fortunate to have a unique climate and talented winemakers producing world-class products in Nova Scotia, and we want to grow the industry through strategic investments and export development. We want to continue to build on our success in growing grapes here in Nova Scotia and to support the industry's focus on quality for consumers. In 2021, there were 25 licensed farm wineries in Nova Scotia, 19 grape wineries, and 6 non-grape wineries. Sales of Nova Scotia wine in 2020 totaled $23.5 million, supporting more than 500 jobs. To date, Nova Scotian wines have earned more than 200 local, national, and international awards. Through our work with key agricultural associations in Nova Scotia, we are continuing to drive innovation in agriculture. Working in collaboration with Horticulture Nova Scotia and Perennia, we piloted a long cane raspberry project this past year and invested $309,000 in partnering with commercial growers on the development of a new market opportunity. Commercial growers adopted new technologies for growing raspberries that respond to climate change and consumer demand, while creating a more sustainable and profitable way of farming. In the first year of the pilot, producers demonstrated they can grow more raspberries with fewer output costs. And as we look to the second year of the program, we want to pass along knowledge on this opportunity to more growers who are looking to diversify and extend their growing season. Through our work with the Christmas Tree Council of Nova Scotia, we've continued to invest in research in smart trees, the genetically screened and naturally selected seedlings that have superior quality traits such as improved needle retention, color, aroma, and shape. Our continued work with more than 300 Christmas tree growers in Nova Scotia supports the development of a $10 million industry that has seen outstanding export growth in the United States. Through our work with the maple producers of Nova Scotia, we're also working to promote innovation. Our Technologies for Value-Added Agricultural program has assisted commercial maple producers in purchasing state-of-the-art equipment that allows them to produce more syrup while consuming less energy. Going forward, programs like these that help producers lower their cost of production while creating more local products for Nova Scotians and for export will continue to drive our approach to innovation. As our largest agricultural export, wild blueberries are important to our province's economy, to rural economies, and to Nova Scotia's long-term food security. Research and innovation are instrumental to that growth. We are working with industry to find new ways to increase blueberry sales through expansion of fresh, frozen, and value-added products. We've hosted annual challenge events with Wild Blueberry Association to invest in new value-added product development, and we've supported research activities that encourage improved harvesting techniques. The Wild Blueberry Harvest Efficiency Program just wrapped up its 3-year effort to support producers and provided $5.5 million to 138 producers to improve the efficiency of their harvesters. These techniques are adding to the quality and the quantity of wild blueberries grown here in Nova Scotia. The Pan-Atlantic Fund is another source of support for the sector. It has combined the resources of New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, and Nova Scotia to provide $233,000 in research funding for potential new production technologies. With wild blueberries being recognized worldwide for their health properties, we see opportunities to grow sales in domestic markets and to pursue new export markets in Asia and the European Union. Last year, there were 886 registered beekeepers keeping about 26,500 hives, and nearly 17,500 hives pollinated wild blueberry fields. Despite the impacts of COVID, the honey and pollination industry remained strong, while the blueberry industry continued its rebound from low market prices in 2020. The bee industry is responsible for millions in revenue from hive rentals, honey production, and value-added products, along with the value of the crops they pollinate. A healthy bee population is key to the success of our fruit and berry crops, and the strengthening of the price in 2022 is likely to bring increased demand for pollination services. Through the Joint Pollination Committee, the Nova Scotia Beekeepers Association works closely with the wild blueberry producers of Nova Scotia and the Department of Agriculture. This past year, we supported this partnership through the development of the Pollinator Expansion Program. Maintaining bee biosecurity is also important to the health of our bee industry. COVID-related transportation delays reinforce the need to reduce our reliance on foreign queen and package bee imports and to build the capacity to support our needs within our own province. We encourage the growth of our honeybee sector in Nova Scotia. Perennia's Atlantic Technology Transfer Team continues to support applied research to find practical solutions for beekeeping in our region. The research and extension services they provide are valuable. Their work will help give the industry the knowledge and skills to rear queens and expand operations domestically. The second in-person annual Ministers' Conference for Agriculture is scheduled for November 3rd and 4th at the Halifax Convention Centre. These 2 days will be dedicated to bringing people together to explore how we will grow and sustain Nova Scotia's agriculture sector. The conference is aimed at helping producers to embrace innovation and adopt resilient business practices while adapting to the realities of climate change. The conference program will feature keynote addresses from international experts and the expertise of regional panelists across a wide range of agricultural sectors. A focus on diversity and inclusion, women in agriculture, and young farmers will also be key elements of the event. The conference is designed to provide producers and agri-producers with direct access to marketing, retail, and investment resources and contacts, while helping to showcase the latest information in agricultural research, technology, and market development. As a prelude to the conference, the department organized the Minister of Agriculture's digital series from February 16th to April 6th. These 90-minute events covered important topics to the agricultural community, including climate change, investment and succession planning, accessing labor, retail trends, and weather monitoring. The free webinars provided producers with practical advice on how to access support and resources. And at the live conference in November, we're going to continue the conversation about new opportunities in agriculture. Labor continues to be a key challenge for the agriculture sector. My department continues to champion this issue with other provincial departments and our federal counterparts. We also committed to working with industry and other government departments to help address the labor shortage. Temporary foreign workers are a vital part of our seasonal agriculture workforce. We have released guidelines for employers to help navigate federal quarantine rules, and Perennia has been contacted to assist employers in finding off-site quarantine locations and to troubleshoot issues. Although COVID-19 travel and quarantine requirements caused some delays in 2021, nearly 2,000 temporary foreign workers arrived to work in Nova Scotia. We are in a much better place this season with the pandemic and vaccination, but I know that employers may be concerned about the costs of isolation due to federal requirements. Nova Scotia Public Health has not imposed any further restrictions around temporary foreign workers' entry into Nova Scotia for the 2022 season. While we anticipate that there may be very few unvaccinated temporary foreign workers coming to Nova Scotia, we are advocating for federal funding to cover federal requirements of isolation. Workers will continue to be eligible to access vaccinations, boosters, and testing throughout the season. Maintaining a connection between farms and students is a priority for the Department of Agriculture. We are continuing our on-farm bursary program to reward students who work on farms throughout the summer. These bursaries help address the labor gap for primary agriculture producers in Nova Scotia and introduces agriculture as a viable career option for students. More than 200 grade 12 and post-secondary Nova Scotia students have been awarded the bursaries since the program started in 2019, with 180 farms participating. The bursary program provides students with $500 or $1,000 bursaries toward their educational fees, and $170,000 in bursaries has been awarded to date. The governments of Canada and Nova Scotia support the initiative through the Canadian Agricultural Partnership. All of us care deeply about the environment and want actions to be taken to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We know there is no single solution. We need to adjust our behavior, resources, and technologies in order to be able to cope with how our climate is changing. Nova Scotians are seeing the impacts of climate change, and the agricultural sector has lost millions of dollars over the past few years. In 2018, we had a frost event, followed by Hurricane Dorian in 2019, and a drought in 2020. Warmer temperatures, higher sea levels, more extreme rainfalls and more frequent and intense storms are in our climate change projections. Interestingly, climate change could also bring opportunities to Nova Scotia. For instance, a longer and warmer growing season could lead to new crops and varieties. This could be good for grapes and wine, and for Nova Scotians to access more local products through the year. Within the Department of Agriculture, we have an environmental sustainability and climate change section to support this important work. We're investigating activities that would capitalize on the potential opportunities of a changing climate, while minimizing the challenges and economic impacts to the agricultural industry and infrastructure. In addition, our department was the first to participate in a program to help provincial departments and their industry partners to better anticipate and prepare for climate-related risks and opportunities. It's called the Climate Adaptation Leadership Program. This program was designed and implemented by the Nova Scotia Department of Environment and Climate Change, along with other departments and external stakeholders. It is helping to build the skills and capacity of government departments, community partners, and industry to prepare for the impact of a changing and increasingly uncertain environment. One of our first successes was the creation of a departmental climate change adaptation plan. Our climate change adaptation plan puts a climate lens on the development of new departmental programs, and we are working with 3 commodity groups to help them prepare for the impacts of climate change: the cattle and sheep industry, the Christmas tree industry, and the horticulture industry. COVID-19 has also shown us that we need to produce more food as a province to help feed our families in case of emergency. Our Resource Sustainability Division is working hard to protect agricultural land from the impacts of climate change. Risk assessment studies, flood mapping, abattoir structural restoration projects, dike land upgrades and maintenance, and salt marsh restoration are examples of climate change activities that have been completed or are being planned for future years. We're making significant investments in our agricultural dike lands. In 2019, an 8-year, almost $50 million capital project started that will upgrade 16 of the most vulnerable dikes in the province. These sites provide flood protection to tens of thousands of residents and businesses, historical and World Heritage sites, and sites that may have special cultural significance to the Mi'kmaq, and more than 17,000 hectares of farmland. This investment of capital will help protect these sites from climate change impacts. The upgrades are funded equally by the provincial and federal governments through the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. We are working to ensure our dikeland system is better prepared to withstand the effects of climate change by upgrading 60 kilometers of dikes and 5 abattoir structures along the Bay of Fundy. Outside of the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund, the Land Protection Division continues to maintain 240 kilometers of dikes, 250 abattoirs, along with the 81 incorporated marshlands, which form the provincial dike system. The team actively completes dike and abattoir repairs throughout the year. Significant investments have been made in the areas of armor protection and gate replacement. During the summer season, the primary focus is to maintain the important grass cover along the dikes, which combats storms and overtopping. Wild chervil is one of the weeds endangering this vegetative strip. The department continues to implement an aggressive plan to manage the weed to prevent impacts to the vegetative cover along the dike system. In addition, the Nova Scotia Agriculture Energy Partnership Program funds the on-site energy manager for agriculture at Efficiency 1. This program provides support for our agriculture industry to assess energy efficiency and conservation options, access funding programs, and implement improvements. It has included projects such as efficient lighting and refrigeration technology, and it is helping to reduce agriculture's electricity and fossil fuel footprint. The Canadian Agricultural Partnership Program has been fundamental in supporting the environmental sustainability and climate change efforts of our agriculture sector. The Agri-Environmental Program, including the Environmental Farm Plan, and the Soil, Water, and Sustainability Program support many best management practices. These have multiple benefits, including climate resilience, carbon storage, enhancing biodiversity, and water quality protection. Producer participation in these programs has been significant. building a strong foundation and preparing the sector for potential climate change impacts. Our $5 million agriculture clean technology is helping to support the adoption of clean technologies that help reduce greenhouse gas emissions, improve energy efficiency, promote sustainable and clean growth, and increase value-added agricultural production. The program supports our efforts to combat climate change by adopting new innovations on farms that add to the length of growing season while reducing energy costs. Reducing energy costs on farms can be accomplished in many ways, with energy-efficient equipment and processes, improved lighting and ventilation. And efficient heating and cooling equipment can reduce greenhouse gas emissions. In September, the Premier provided me with a mandate letter that sets out several important responsibilities. With other departments, we are examining policies and programs to reduce the cost of healthy foods for consumers and acknowledgement of the barriers and costs to eating healthy. My department is supporting and encouraging local food consumption with the goal of 20% of the money spent on food by Nova Scotians being spent on locally produced food by 2030. We are leading the efforts to determine how to reach the 20% target through policies and a dedicated staff member to support getting more local, healthy food into our public institutions and facilitate the relationship between agricultural producers and these types of institutions. We are leading the development of policies that encourage local consumption by the public in alignment with the Nova Scotia Loyal Plan. We are hard at work on these mandate items. My department is leading the effort to increase the consumption of local food and to reduce the costs of eating healthy. We are working horizontally with multiple departments to reach our goals. The Nova Scotia Food and Beverage Strategy will be a key driver in meeting the goal of 20% of money spent on locally produced food by 2030. My department is leading the development of this cross-departmental strategy, focusing on the themes of enhanced awareness, improved access, and increased local production. Agriculture will facilitate coordination of the strategy, working with various leads and other departments to consolidate metrics and outcome reporting. We want to see Nova Scotians consuming more products harvested, grown, and produced by our food industry. The department ran several successful buy local initiatives designed to raise the awareness and sales of Nova Scotia's fresh and exceptional quality agri-food, seafood, and beverage products. This includes in-store campaigns that help shoppers find Nova Scotia products at major and independent retailers, and seasonal promotions aimed at showcasing the quality and diversity of Nova Scotia products. The work from the Buy Local program will evolve to support the Nova Scotia Loyal Initiative. As we move forward, we will continue to work together to keep Nova Scotians well-nourished with local foods. It is important that government represents all Nova Scotians and is reflected of the societal makeup of Nova Scotia. The department is undertaking several initiatives to support diversity and inclusion in the agriculture sector. Activities include scholarships and summer internships for African Nova Scotian and Mi'kmaq students, a training program for African Nova Scotians to introduce horticulture food production, and specialized lending programs for underrepresented populations. I'd like to share some details about these initiatives. Honoring our Mi'kmaq roots and grow where you're planted. These are new entrance scholarships and summer intern placements to promote agricultural careers. These will be awarded to a Mi'kmaq student and an African Nova Scotian student, respectively, who are enrolled in an agriculture degree program at a Canadian university. Bridge into Agriculture is a partnership between the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture, Dalhousie Agricultural Campus, African Nova Scotian Affairs, and the department to offer a training program for African Nova Scotians to introduce horticulture food production. This 22-week course offers a blend of online and hands-on training for 20 participants. The Hope Blooms Garden Box program. Our Agriculture in the Classroom team is partners with Hope Blooms to provide home garden kits to African Nova Scotian students. African Nova Scotian students aged 8 to 12 across the province receive our home garden kits to to learn to grow vegetables at home. The Community Food Growing Project at East Preston Daycare is a project that provides children knowledge and understanding of how to grow food and the importance of community food security. The Black Youth Development Mentorship Program. The department had 3 positions in its Truro offices in 2021 as part of the Public Works-led initiative to provide Black youth an opportunity to work in the public service. Truro's African Nova Scotian community requested an expansion of the program to other government departments, and Agriculture has secured 4 additional positions in the community for this year. Specialized lending programs. Our Crown Lending Agency is developing 2 lending programs specific to underrepresented populations. Work is underway to modify loan applications and expand guidelines that would increase eligibility to Indigenous applicants. The second program will support new immigrants to Nova Scotia by considering higher risk loans to accommodate for lack of traditional lending requirements, such as land. Agribusiness for New Entrants event. We participated at this event, which is hosted by the Community Business Development Corporation. The event targets new immigrants that have agriculture or agri-food production experience in their home country, but are not working in a related field. And designated positions. The department has 2 designated staff positions and is in the process of developing others, including a Director of Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging to provide targeted leadership in these areas. Our department is very fortunate to have an excellent partnership with the industry-led Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture. The Federation is a strong voice, and we share in its vision for a prosperous and sustainable future for Nova Scotia farms and farmers. We've worked together with the Federation on several activities, including promoting environmental farm plans and preparing for climate change. Public trust has been a key focus for the department and the Federation. We continue to work closely with the Canadian Centre for Food Integrity to promote accurate information on agriculture issues to the general public. Our government is committed to ensuring Nova Scotians learn about the importance of agriculture. The Federation's Open Farm Day helps Nova Scotians better understand farming and how agriculture supports our economy. I want to congratulate the Federation and its staff for their work and for the time and an ingenuity to create a combined in-person and virtual event. The Agriculture in the Classroom program is creating helpful educational opportunities. Our staff are working with the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development, post-secondary institutions, and the agricultural industry. Through Agriculture in the Classroom, Nova Scotia's teachers have access to hands-on resources that are linked to the curriculum. Our students are learning where their food comes from, the importance of agriculture to our province, and how they might plan to become involved in the industry themselves one day. As the COVID-19 experience continues edging towards second year, it is important to focus on our mental health in the industry. There are several contributing factors to stress for agricultural producers. Besides COVID, there are catastrophic weather events, lack of consumer support, animal activism, decreased commodity prices, increased competition, trade barriers, and labor shortages. It's important to monitor how these types of factors may be affecting our producers. Our department has members on the Farm Safety Advisory Board, which makes mental health initiatives a priority. It is important work. Farm Safety Nova Scotia was behind the impressive We Talk, We Grow campaign to provide mental health resources for the agricultural community. The Department of Agriculture has provided core funding for Farm Safety Nova Scotia for a number of years. As well, all of our department's frontline extension staff have been trained in mental health first aid, so they can provide clients with information on available resources. Agriculture owns 8 community pastures through the Farm Loan Board and is proud to have this land available for farmers and to keep large pieces of land in our province for agricultural use. Throughout the past year, our staff have worked with the 7 active community pasture boards in Nova Scotia. Our goal is to ensure the pastures remain sustainable and accessible for agricultural use, and that they continue to be a resource to help grow the rural economy now and for future generations. With this in mind, we've created the Community Pasture Support Program, aimed at helping pasture organizations with their infrastructure and soil fertility needs. The 8th community pasture is in my own constituency of Guysborough-Tracadie and has not been active in use for decades. The Farm Loan Board currently has a request for proposals to attract a new agricultural use for this land. Work is underway on the Bible Hill exhibition grounds. The improvements to the Bible Hill exhibition grounds will rejuvenate the site and make it a destination for events and races. This includes a new horse barn, mechanical, electrical, and structural repairs to the grandstand, and repairs and improvements to other buildings on the grounds. These enhancements will create a venue for showcasing the latest in innovation and excellence in agriculture from across the province. As members will know, harness racing is a multi-million-dollar industry and an important contributor to Nova Scotia's rural economic growth and development. The Farm Loan Board is working on selecting a new management team for the grounds, which will bring new vision and a long-term strategic plan to the site. The Bible Hill exhibition grounds present significant opportunities for creating new and innovative alliances and partnerships, and for developing the grounds as a premier agriculture and community event destination. The Farm Loan Board will work in collaboration with the successful proponents to maximize the potential of the grounds, while ensuring that the public lands and the infrastructure associated with the grounds are consistently maintained. With that, Mixed Chair, I conclude my opening remarks and welcome questions from members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. According to the practice list developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses take turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour each. And during that time, the members may take turns asking questions to the minister. Only the minister may respond. Caucuses are expected to share the time with the independent member as well. To begin the examination, I will now recognize the MLA for Halifax Atlantic to begin the official opposition.
I want to thank the minister and congratulate him on his new role. You seem to be fitting in nicely, evident by that nice long speech you just gave. Great job. Sorry, I dropped my pen. I have a whole list of questions here, but I want to start with some really easy ones. Just a few definitions. So catastrophic weather was something that you had mentioned. And could you just give us a definition from your department of what catastrophic weather is when it comes to agriculture? And what would cause it?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mixed Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. We would define catastrophic weather events as things that I mentioned: hurricanes, droughts, frost events, things outside the normal weather cycle.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
And maybe snow in April. What do you define as, you'd mentioned the term animal activism, which impacts our farmers. Could you explain what that is too?
I recognize the honourable minister.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. Animal activism could be defined as protests on farm sites or trespassing on farm properties.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
So the reason I asked about catastrophic weather in particular is that there was a comment made during your speech which really caught my ear about the benefits of climate change and global warming on farmers. Every I mean, I can show you a million articles that say the opposite of that, that the warming of the weather causes droughts, it causes pathogens to enter into the food system. I've never heard a farmer say, you know, global warming is good, or I've never really heard a politician or a minister for that matter cite the benefits of global warming. And so the reason I'm confused around that statement is, on one hand, during your speech, you talked about all the events that impact farmers when it comes to global warming and the impact on the bottom dollar and impact on their mental health. But then you kind of slipped in there that there's some positives. So what science does your department have that, just doing a quick Google search, I mean, it's pretty apparent by some of the world's leading scientists and organizations that they're saying the exact opposite about global warming and the impact it's going to have on our farmers. So I'm just wondering what information your department has that maybe the rest of the world doesn't.
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
We certainly don't want to take away or, you know, minimize the negative effects of climate change on the industry. These are just a few examples of trials that we've done through Perennia, for different initiatives, so that there is some positives, as I mentioned in my remarks, in regards to the growing seasons and warmer temperatures.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
So I want to thank the Minister for that question. I will note that Nova Scotia in particular, we're very susceptible to ticks and Lyme disease. And one of the major impact of a warming climate and climate change is more ticks introduced to the local ecosystem. You know, just looking at a report here from the United Nations, it literally says loss of agricultural productivity is one of the major issues with climate change. It'll result in droughts that can worsen living conditions. They've reported that climate change has drastically altered rainfall pattern and risk water and food supplies for millions. And they estimate approximately 75 to 250 million people just in Africa alone will be without adequate water and food because of global warming. So I just wanted to give you a moment to kind of clarify what you meant by the positives of global warming, because I've never heard that before. So just going through your mandate letter, and it was an interesting read, as all of them are. We're sitting at, correct me if I'm wrong, I think approximately 7% of local food now is being produced right here in Nova Scotia. And your mandate letter has said that the goal is to achieve 20% of money spent on local food by Nova Scotians being spent on locally produced food by 2030. So if you could just give me the baseline of where we're at right now, where the public can find that number, and let's say, what is your target, or do you have targets year over year till 2030?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
So certainly heard different numbers bandied about, 7% being one of them. I've heard I've heard as high as 15. That's one of the things that we in the department are trying to do right now is nail down a firm number so that we have a baseline metric to work from, and so that we're comparing apples to apples when we get to where we want to go. And as far as initiatives, the Nova Scotia Food and Beverage Strategy would certainly be one. And you know, we're working with our other departments to put that in place, and would certainly be happy to share more details as we go along. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
I want to thank the minister for that answer. When can we expect the first update on the current baseline for food, local food production in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the honourable minister.
Thanks, mixed speaker, and to the member, nobody is more excited to get that number than I am, I can assure you that. But as I said, we want to make sure that we get the right number so that we have it going forward. And we're hopeful that probably in a 6-week time frame by the end of spring, we might have that nailed down.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, mixed speaker. The reason why I think this is so important, and I think most, if not all, Nova Scotians believe that this is extremely important, and one of the issues that's very pressing right now is we saw, 2022, or we're in 2020, are we in 2021? Sorry, 2021 last year. In particular, it was a really difficult year for our supply chain. We saw, I think people forget that we had interruptions to our rail, which really had an impact on our supply chain. But what had an even larger impact was COVID and what was coming out of China and what wasn't coming out of China. And I think for a lot of Nova Scotians in particular, it really shone a light on how we are not really a self-reliant province. We like to think that we are an agricultural base and a fishing in particular, but I think it quickly dawned on a lot of people when they went to the grocery store and products weren't there. Where did you come up with the 20%? Because 20% doesn't seem like a large number to, like it still seems to me that we're going to be largely dependent on other countries and other jurisdictions for our produce and food. So where did you come up with the 20%? And why?
I recognize the honourable minister.
Thank you, mixed chair. And to that number, that was again just a baseline number that we were given, and I think that in respect to the supply chain, that by getting more food produced locally here in the province will help address those issues through time, and just to get to 20% is a starting point, and obviously we'd be happy to be at 100%, but we have to start somewhere. So we'll start there and go from there. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, mixed speaker. Who gave you the 20%? You said it was given to you? The 20% baseline was given to you? Who gave it to you? And why?
I recognize the honourable minister.
Thanks, mixed chair. That, as you referenced, my mandate letter was given to me by the Premier in my mandate letter.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
So the Premier, who has no background in agriculture, gave you the 20%. My question is, as the minister in charge of this department, did you ask him where he came up with the 20%? I mean, I would hope that there's some science behind this, and I see some of the members are amused, but, you know, it's there. You have to have a reasoning for these numbers, right? So if in 8 years we want to be at 20%, my question is why? Why not higher? Why not, like, why 20%? And like you said, obviously it didn't, the 20% I would have thought would have came from your department, as they are the experts, but it clearly came from one government, the 7th floor. So as Minister of Agriculture, did you ask him why 20%? And how they came up with it, who came up with it?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
That, I mean, I can't speak for the Premier. He gave it to me in his mandate letter, but it would come from various data sets, would have come up with that number.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
So for clarity of the people in Nova Scotia, as Minister of Agriculture, I'm assuming that you would have access to that data sets where that 20% came from. Would it be within your authority to request that information and be able to release it to the public? I mean, it's, you know, there's a significant amount of investment that's going to go into this. And we haven't even got into that number yet, but if you're telling me that the Premier has told you it's 20%, I think Nova Scotians should know why. And more importantly, not just Nova Scotians, but the agricultural community should know why. Because what I would say is the more we produce locally, the bigger impact it has, especially in rural Nova Scotia, right? So would you be able to get those data sets and maybe table them in the legislature for us?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. We can't replicate all the different data sets. We talked about the different numbers that are out there currently. We're just starting from our mandate letter and working with that metric.
Anything further?
Yep.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
And I'll move on to the next topic, but I do want to say that not having a baseline is a little troubling. There's a big difference between 7% and 15%. If you're sitting at 7% right now, you have to triple food consumption. If you're at 15%, that's a 5% increase. I think it is a little troubling that the department has no, and the minister has no idea what that baseline is. Because it seems to me that where do you come up with a 20% if you have no baseline? It could be 20% already. So it could be 19%. You know, the numbers, it just sounds good, but without actually having the baseline, I think saying to your department and saying to you, Minister, respectfully, that you have to do and have to get here without actually having any idea or any information, just seems like it's pretty bad planning to me. This is a 8-year plan. You know, we will assume that you're going to want to see incremental increases every single year. And again, without having that baseline, it just doesn't, none of this makes sense. Do you see my point? Like, is this a $100,000 investment or is this a $20 million investment? We don't know, right? Is this tripling the amount of food that's being produced and purchased in Nova Scotia, or is it a 1% increase? So I would think, like, going through your mandate letter, reading that, I think, and I do, I mean, I'm sure that you are, and you've said to that, a little bit to that extent, but I think the most important thing for me would be, well, where are we at now? And what kind of job is this? And if it's a 2 or 3% increase, then I think over 8 years, then it doesn't seem like a lot, and it really isn't a lot. If it's tripling the food production and consumption in Nova Scotia, well, that's a lot bigger, and that would say, like, we're in budget estimates right now, and the department has seen a small decrease in its budget, but has been given potentially a monumental task. So I don't understand how we can develop budgets without actually knowing what it is we're trying to do. So I'm not going to, what the expression is, beat a dead horse, but I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I just think that it's just a strange thing to tell someone that you have to reach this level without knowing what level you're actually at. One of the issues that we're going to, and we are running into right now, and it says in your minister's mandate letter, examine policies and programs to reduce costs of healthy food for consumers. If you talk with any farmers, they'll tell you it's difficult to make money, and I know, I'm sure you've been in touch with a lot of them, and I know a few organizations that you've talked to, and they, the reception has been quite well. So 8 months in, they think you're doing a great job. So, one of the issues that we're facing right now with inflation is the cost of everything's going through the roof. I mean, let's be honest here. And what they've told us, and I'm sure they've told you, is the input costs are continuing to rise exponentially. So purchasing fertilizer, equipment, labor, fuel. I spoke to someone today who depends on fuel. It's not agriculture. But what that gentleman had told me for his business is that just the cost over the last few months is $220,000 cost on his bottom line. So you take that and you're seeing massive increases and shortages, fertilizer shortages and things like that. That cost is going to be passed down. It has to be. They're barely making money now. So, and not to be, but do you actually believe that you can meet this mandate, like with prices ballooning the way they are on everything? And what are the policies and programs that you're examining? And again, I'll go to baseline. So, do you have a baseline cost of what people are actually spending on healthy food right now? Because you want to reduce that cost. So what is that cost to consumers right now? A lot of questions, sorry.
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the member to clarify between cost to consumer and cost of production?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic to provide a clarification.
Well, thanks for the idea. We'll do both. Shouldn't have did that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in terms of cost of production, one of the things that we're doing is investing, helping producers invest in climate change adaptation. So one example would be the Dalhousie Clean Tech Program, a $5 million fund that would helps with solar programs, wind programs, that sort of thing that would drive down the cost for producers. And for the cost to consumer, obviously there's many different factors that go into that final price tag that someone would pay at the grocery store. But in terms of agriculture costs, our department is looking at many different ways to help reduce those costs for consumers.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So respectfully, the question was, what's the baseline? Not what programs or not what you're going to do. Again, in order to, your mandate letter literally says you're going to reduce costs of healthy foods for consumers. So the Progressive Conservative Party has been in power for 7 months now. Prices have skyrocketed. Is the base value the cost of chicken now, or is it when you got in? Is the cost of a bag of apples now, or is it when you got in? So there's the problem with not having, these are all great words, but without having a baseline and actual numbers, there's no way to actually prove that you've met your targets. Or you know, let's say tomorrow the price of bread decreases for factors that is out of your control. You know, but it's still not to where it was 7 months ago. Is that a win? So again, I ask, what is the baseline? What is the average 7 months ago when you first got in? What is the average cost to a Nova Scotian family? Because you can find that online. It's pretty simple to find. What is the average cost of food to a Nova Scotia family? And what is the average cost 7 months ago for a mid-sized farmer in Nova Scotia? What is their average cost? And that's not hard to find. You know, all these are through Statistic Canada. So like, these are, or even just talk to the associations, right? Like, I attended a meeting years ago, and they were of pig farmers, of all things. Don't know anything about pig farmers, but I went down there and met with them, and they told me to a T what their costs were. So again, I'm looking for baselines from 7 months ago.
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thanks, Mixed Chair. We are working with other departments on determining these costs because it's not just agriculture, but we're reviewing existing programs and policies with these other departments. And we're trying to pull the number from 7 months ago to today, and we'd be happy to share that information.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you to the Minister for that answer. So I'll move on to the loyalty program. We've obviously, I think I think campaigns, promises, and I mean, I've been through three campaigns now, campaign promises, and what actually happens right away is different at times. I mean, I think once you get into government, you realize that some of this stuff is really difficult. Like we say, we're going to fix healthcare, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and then when you get in there, you're like, oh, you know, there's more to it than meets the eye. But the Nova Scotia loyalty program was one that we heard about a lot during the campaign. I'll be quite frank with you. I didn't hear a single small business ask for it. When I spoke to small businesses, nobody said, you know what I need? I need another Air Miles program. I need another loyalty program. And I think there's been a lot of confusion about that program. And I'll start with how, when this is rolled out, how are you going to keep track of it? How does small businesses keep track of it? There's obviously going to be a cost to small businesses, whether it's equipment or paperwork or accounting or something. So my question is it the small businesses that will be collecting this data, and how will they be collecting the data?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mixed Chair, and to the member, that program is being led by Economic Development, and I would defer questions to the Minister when she takes a seat, which is very soon, I think.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Now that's a good minister right there, I'll tell you. That's a that's a good answer. Because people don't know, but she's sitting in this room. Did you consult with the farming community on this? Did you consult with the local community food sellers? Did you consult with the blueberry industry? Did you consult with the Honeycrisp industry on this loyalty program?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mixed Chair, and I can't speak for what went into the development of the campaign, the platform items. What I will say is that a key piece of the Buy Local initiative feeds into the Nova Scotia Loyal program, and I'm hearing lots of excitement from member organizations that I'm meeting with who are excited to be part of the Buy Local initiative and as a result be part of the Nova Scotia Loyal program.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I'll get off the, we'll move on to a different topic. We'll leave that for a different minister. One of the things that you said in your opening statement is that we had welcomed 2,000 workers, temporary foreign workers, into Nova Scotia to work our fields and help with the agricultural industry, which is obviously, I don't know where we'd be without them, to be frank, right? Because you'd said it was a better place for foreign workers to come, that Nova Scotia was a better place for foreign workers to come. My question is around the foreign workers is how, we're in the middle of a housing crisis. Where were they housed, or how are they being housed, and is that being dealt with before they come here? And also, when it comes to vaccine rate, obviously, you know, I'm not talking about individuals, but overall, I would assume that, you know, and when they're coming in, are they, if they have, how does it work now? If they're coming in now, and they test positive for COVID, what is being done? What's being done in some of the areas we're seeing in places like Bridgewater and stuff like that in the valley? There's no housing. So what's happening? What's happening on those two fronts?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I guess to the first question around housing, these workers live on farms in buildings that farmers provide, in bunkhouses, that sort of thing. They're responsible for housing them. And as far as the federal requirements, they're required to follow the federal requirements that are in place if one is to test positive. And I know, speaking of last year, these workers would be housed in hotels in Halifax and other areas while they waited out their isolation.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. What's the average pay for a temporary foreign worker in the agricultural industry?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. That number would depend on an individual farm, whether it be a dairy farm or berry farm. It would start at minimum wage, and some farms would offer a top-up on top of that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mixed Chair, and thank you, Minister. So Nova Scotia has opened its border to alcohol beverage producers from other provinces to sell here. and they sell them directly to Nova Scotians. Fortunately, this hasn't been reciprocated across Nova Scotia or across Canada for Nova Scotia producers. Kind of seems like an unfair, you know, we'll let you sell, but you can't sell, we can't sell to you. And also with the recent permit changes, this has a compounding effect and has impacts on the Nova Scotia wine industry. I mean, honestly, interprovincial trade continues to be an obstacle for the growth of local Canadian wine, and we have world-renowned wine, as the minister stated, and we all know that. So what is happening to take down those interprovincial barriers for our wine industry?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. There are a number of different initiatives underway, but I guess ultimately that wouldn't fall under our department.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
While it doesn't fall under your department, it's an extremely important topic for your stakeholders. We're talking about millions and millions of dollars that is potentially not going in the hands of Nova Scotians. On the topic of wine, is the minister and the government considering allowing the sales of Nova Scotia wine in grocery stores?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I'll always advocate for members of the industry and stakeholders. I know, you know, through conversations with winemakers, that's something that they've certainly asked for. But I would defer to IGA for that falls under their jurisdiction.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
My colleague said the grocery store IGA, but no, that's showing your age when you say IGA. All the young people in the room are like, IGA, what is that? It's the best darn grocery store. No. The mandate letter, so I want to go back to your mandate letter. It said you had to have timeline for completion done within 90 days. And I think it's very important. You know, we've heard time and time again in the first 7 months that this was a government of action and things are going to get done and they're going to get done quickly. And the Premier very specifically added timelines to your mandate letters. So you have a timeline for to have the stuff completed. Not to have it completed within 90 days, but to have a timeline set forward of how this will roll out and when it will roll out and when it will be completed. I think, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's fair to say with no baseline, so no starting point, the 90 days the timeline that was supposed to be done in the 90 days was probably a little more difficult than first anticipated by one government, and that you were not able to complete those timelines. Am I right or wrong?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. It's the draft plans that have to be implemented in 90 days, 4 years to achieve those.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
So, further to that, you had a quarterly update on timelines was due March 17th. Was that timeline modified?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we've met that timeline, and that information will be available when all the departments are in line.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
I kind of argue that the timeline hasn't been met because it's April 4th and nothing's been released yet. Nothing's publicly been released yet. So I don't think those timelines have been met unless it was March 17, 2023. When do you expect that information to be made public?
I recognize the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That will be a joint decision by all departments, and we'll check with them and follow up with them.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
That's a great crossover, a joint decision. So let's talk cannabis. We know that we've seen in other jurisdictions, and I'll use Colorado for an example, within the first 8 years since they've legalized it, they've pulled in $12 billion. $12 billion. They obviously have a different framework than Nova Scotia. Theirs is privatized, and ours is through the NSLC. We do know that the department did spend some time in Colorado, speaking to individuals in Colorado about that. Where were we at last year for marijuana sales?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The number in 2021 for farm cash receipts for cannabis was $51.3 million.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
And I thank you for that number. When I speak to, obviously, I think most people will agree that the legalization of marijuana was long overdue, I think, especially the criminalization of it. And this is me up on my podium now, but throwing people in jail for having a substance that's, anyways, I won't get into it. But it was what I would like to ask is, I think access. I think one of the reasons the federal government, I know one of the reasons the federal government decided to legalize marijuana was access. It's you know, not that I've ever bought marijuana before, but no. What I heard, I used to buy it from apartments and go into people's houses and just, you know, different things, different ways. And they wanted to legalize it, I think, to definitely to remove some of that money from nefarious and illegal operations. But I would say the biggest complaint I hear from people is access. You know, in the community that I represent, there's not a single marijuana dispensary or in the entire community. We're looking at 30,000 people. There was, remember we had that gray moment there where shops popped up all over the place and people were selling. There was a couple in the community. So what's happening, I think, is those individuals that are buying marijuana or weed or whatever are continuing to buy weed the same way, right? So I would say the $51 million is just a small drop in the bucket. I remember reading a study that per capita, more people smoke marijuana or weed than in Nova Scotia than anywhere else in Canada, which I was kind of blown away with that. But so my question is, are we looking to expand to other communities
Or are you looking to do kind of a hybrid model, which is what we've done with alcohol? So I look in my community, there's corner stores with alcohol in it, and they can go in, they have their own little NSLC shop. Are you looking to expand that? Because I think there's still a lot of Nova Scotians that are buying it illegally and are maybe, probably, not, there's a risk to that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. The member will love this. I will defer to the Finance Minister, as he is responsible for the cannabis sales policy.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Finance Minister does not seem like a pot smoker, but I'll ask him anyways. So let's take the money out of it then. Are you looking at different models to sell the product?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. And that still would fall under the sales policy which is the purview of the Finance Minister.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
As Minister of Agriculture, it is a significant source of income for farmers in Nova Scotia. And a lot of people will argue that Nova Scotia actually has a really good climate for the production of marijuana. So as Minister of Agriculture, this would definitely be extra money into those farmers' pockets and potentially jobs created in the agricultural industry. So is this something you see yourself advocating for? How many questions?
And just before I recognize the Honourable Minister, I just wanted to say that I would prefer that we maintain a certain level of parliamentary decorum and not refer to or speculate on people's cannabis consumption and that sort of thing. Thanks. I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I wouldn't take a policy direction on cannabis where it's federally regulated.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
It is federally regulated, but it is up to the provinces to sell and distribute. So that's the difference. That's why you see different models. I think BC is privatized. And we do have hybrid models. So it is, to say that it's up to the federal government is quite honestly not true. It's up to the federal government from a legal standpoint, but it's up to the provincial government to distribute and sell. And so it's in the purview of this government to either privatize it, hybrid, or keep it as is. So my question is, again, as Minister of Agriculture, I'm not asking you about the financial side of it. I'm asking about, I've heard from farmers and I've heard from individuals who see this as potentially maybe an add-on to what they're already doing. So is this something that you would advocate for?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I'd say, in general, I'd advocate for anything that would benefit our producers in the province. But again, at the end of the day, the cannabis sales policy falls under the Department of Finance.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. So let's move on to dikes. So on the recently announced plan for the 35 kilometers of dikes protecting the link between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, there was a budget of, it was budgeted to $190 to $300 million. Do you have a more specific cost on this? And with how concerned are you with the rising cost of everything and how it will impact the 190 to 300. And do you have a built-in kind of float on that? So if it is $300 million is the price tag, is there a little give there, 10%, 5%, 25% over cost?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a preliminary estimate, and we know that we are facing certain costs due to COVID and other issues. So we'll continue to work with our colleagues in Public Works on this.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
So again, we go back to baselines and cost. The federal government seemed to be messaging that they're going to cover 50% of the cost for this, with Nova Scotia and New Brunswick bearing the rest of the cost. So I think it would be extremely important to come up with a cost so that we know what the ask is from the federal government. Have you already started the work, and when do you, if you have, when do you expect a total cost for this work to be priced out, and when will it be released to the public?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we started with 10 options and narrowed it down to 3. And again, these are very preliminary estimates at this point, but we'll continue to work with our colleagues and have those conversations with our federal counterparts as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic, and there's 4 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just do one quick one. With the federal government covering 50% in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia potentially having to, well, not potentially, having to cover the rest, do you know what the percentage of the cost will be for Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is obviously an important initiative, and we haven't nailed down the percentage of what each province will pay, but we'll continue to have those discussions.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
I have so many more questions, but I think I'm going to cut off the Liberal questions at an hour. I do want to recognize the member and the answers you gave, the minister and the answers you gave. I want to thank you for those. And also recognize your department and the staff. I think sometimes agriculture gets overlooked with some of the bigger, we'll say bigger departments, but it's extremely important, and the work that you're doing over the next few years is going to be, it's going to be extremely important for Nova Scotians. So I wish you all the best of luck. So thank you.
That concludes the time for questions from the official opposition at this point. I am going to call for a 10-minute recess, at which time the time for questions will begin for the NDP, and the chair will change.
Order. The time now is 7:07. And now it's time for the NDP caucus. I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Great, thank you so much. Thanks so much for being here today and being available to answer questions. I certainly appreciate it. I have a number of questions, so I'll just get started and we'll see where we get to in the time allotted. So I met with some of the producer organizations around just a general update, but one of the things that they brought to my attention was that throughout COVID-19, that their agricultural insurance programs often weren't able to be accessed, that basically some of the challenges with COVID-19 fell between the cracks. And one of the things, I guess there were a couple of things that people raised to me. One is that there used to be a different kind of emergency response office at the department, one that they felt perhaps was more effective. So they were wondering, so I guess my question is there an intent to review the emergency response capacity in the department? And have you been working with the poultry and pork sectors, who I think are developing their own emergency response plans? And yeah, what's the plan going forward?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the member, thank you for the question. And I think of one example of how the department has helped our producers, specifically chicken, through the avian influenza. We've followed the lead of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency and through our Chief Veterinary Officer, Dr. Wilma Shankles, who's done great work. We've engaged with members of the industry on ways to mitigate any problems they faced and work on implementing biosecurity measures and collaborating for any improvements that they may see that would help them in the future.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So thank you. Yes, and as we know, that response has been over the last couple of months in terms of responding to avian flu being reported in the province. But I wanted to go back to COVID-19 and my understanding that there were some concerns about folks' ability to access emergency support. So I'm wondering, is there an emergency response office within the department? And have you done a review of the COVID-19 response and where there may be gaps?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the department, Perennia has engaged with industry stakeholders on various COVID-19 programs. And just for some context, some numbers, we had 150 applications through the COVID-19 agriculture response and paid out a little more than $1.6 million.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So I'm happy to try and move away from this question soon, but I'm still curious if there is an emergency response office that producers can contact at the Department of Agriculture right now in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while there is no specific emergency response department, our extension teams are constantly working with producers, our business development officers, and our vets.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
One of the other things that has been brought to my attention has been that there are 3 vacant seats on the Natural Products Marketing Council, and I'm wondering, and folks have expressed that they're eager to see those filled and not understanding why there's been such a holdup. So I'm wondering if the minister could provide an update.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there were some delays due to a number of factors, including the election, to getting those filled. And certainly, I've heard those concerns as well when I meet with industry. But we are in the process of getting them filled, and sooner rather than later, hopefully.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Could you provide an approximate timeline on when industry can expect that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we do have one member in the process, and we are looking for more applicants. So if the member opposite has suggestions or people that are interested, I would certainly encourage you through her to reach out to the department.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
And what does the department plan to do to advertise those continued opportunities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And these appointments to our agency, these would fall under normal normal government process through our agency boards and commissions, through the government websites. The Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture helps. Industry associations are involved.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Okay, thank you. I do want to move on, but I would strongly suggest that not to leave it necessarily, if you haven't had applicants come through the regular channels, then that suggests to me a need to do further targeted outreach. So, but I want to move on from that question. So the member for Halifax Atlantic asked quite a few questions around the 20% consumption of local food by 2030 goal. And as I understand that, in fact, that same goal existed in the previous act and was not met. So, just, I guess, I'm not sure there are any more questions that can be productively asked around how the 20% was set, except that it had already been set. So I'm curious if that provides any, triggers any memories in terms of how 20% was originally chosen for 2020 and now 20% for 2030. And looking at that, I guess, wouldn't that suggest perhaps that, either we're not very ambitious or we didn't set the goal the first time, or kind of what happened? And within the department, has there been a review of the work towards that previous goal under the previous act that might inform the work for this goal under this new act?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we recognize and realize that there were gaps in the previous goals, and were based on previous environmental goals and Sustainability Prosperity Act, and wasn't achieved to date. So we're looking forward to the new goal of 2030.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
I'll just restate one question I previously asked and then ask a new question. So was there any evaluation or review done of previous Department of Agriculture efforts under the previous Environmental Goals and Sustainable Prosperity Act? Maybe I'll just leave it as that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The old goal could not be duplicated in method. The data sources were no longer available every year, and we have new expert data that's being looked into.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thanks. And just to be clear, that actually wasn't what I was talking about when I talked about evaluation and review. What I really wanted to know was, what program evaluations, which would be much more different than looking at whether the goal can be reset or not. Like, did you evaluate initiatives that you undertook in the first round in terms of everything from, some pretty high-level quantitative data, but also qualitative data, working with producers. Anyways, that's my question, is around actually like evaluation of programs, but I'll leave that there. And the previous act also had a goal to increase the number of local farms by 5% by 2020. And I don't think that goal was met, but I'm wondering why there was not a similar goal included in ECRA that was passed in the fall, this past fall.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Farms are changing, and the numbers don't represent impact or value. There's a number of larger farms now.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So maybe I could ask the minister to continue along that vein. So was there a conscious choice made not to include that goal in ECRA of this past fall? And I wasn't quite sure what you said. You said that maybe larger farms are increasing or smaller farms. Maybe you can talk a bit about, have the number of farms in Nova Scotia increased or decreased, or what you can tell me about the size or characteristics of the farms.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's different criteria for registration under the last government, so we're reevaluating criteria with the Federation of Agriculture. The number of farms is down, but there are many small farms still.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
But from the registration information, you're not able to talk about the ratio between large to smaller farms and how that's determined? Or could you?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have that data, but we don't have it with us, but we'd be happy to provide it. Yep. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
That would be great, thank you. In terms of looking at the actual departmental budget, so just a quick glance, there's not very much growth built into the budget. In fact, the budget is relatively stagnant over the fiscal plan. And I'm just wondering what that means in terms of dealing with increasing costs through inflation. Sort of what's the plan for the departmental budget? Will there be programs that are in fact cut?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the number would appear to be down because of the separation, the realignment with the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture. We actually have more money for ag and ag programs, and these programs are through the federally negotiated, and we're in our last year of that agreement, and we'll be advocating for funding for these programs going forward in the next 5-year plan.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
So just to make it easy, can you quantify what the increase then is on the remaining agricultural mandate?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One addition to the budget is the agri-stability program amendments that total $261,000.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
So is the total increase on the agriculture side then $261,000? And is that for this coming year, or is that over a span of 3 or 4 years?
I recognize the Honourable Member, or the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a total of $871,000 coming in, specifically to the agri-stability program amendments of $261,000. That's for 1 year, but we will be renegotiating that as well.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Maybe I'm continuing on some questions around numbers. You provided earlier a great list of amazing sounding programs to support Indigenous and African Nova Scotia involvement in the agriculture sector. And I'm just wondering what ones are current, and if you could tell us in the coming year how much will be spent supporting, if you can disaggregate the two communities, that would be great, but otherwise just in general on those programs that you talked about.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, for example, the Black Youth Development Mentorship Program includes $15,000 in salary costs. The scholarships that I mentioned are 4-month internships with $5,000. And the loan programs have a total of $500,000 from the Department of Agriculture.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
And I also wanted to ask about what you know around women who want to get into farming, or if there are any, and are there any initiatives supporting women who want to become producers? And likewise, I'm also curious about the 2S LGBTQ plus community. So are there any specialized resources available for them who want to join the farming industry, the agriculture industry?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, well, there are no specific programs. There are a number of the programs women would fall under. Women are a target area under the Canadian Agricultural Partnership and part of the next policy framework. Our extension specialists have had those discussions and are looking at ways to develop programs that make it more accessible for women to become involved and support all entrants.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So just to clarify, so right now, there's no gender analysis done on any of the programs, but you are developing a gender-responsive program under CAP. When will that be, when will the results of your analysis be available?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the programs would fall under the next policy framework, so that would be in the next year. But again, our extension officers are working with women to find programs and find ways to make entry into the field more accessible to them.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
And so when you talk, I mean, I guess, you know, I'm always interested in making sure that we're making policy and program decisions based on evidence and the best available evidence from practice, from lived experience, from research. And I think that requires a lot more than having conversations with folks, to be really blunt. I think that establishing some kind of framework, whether we can base it on work happening in other Canadian jurisdictions or other places in the world, to then go out and actually facilitate really generative conversations that actually give us a sense of what within the mandate of the Department of Agriculture might be feasible. But I guess I understand perhaps that there's sort of no framework, like we're just talking about people maybe having conversations. Is there any gender training in the department?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regional Services has a diversity and inclusion action plan.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Is that action plan available publicly?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not something that's available publicly, but we can look into finding about releasing pieces of it.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So without having access to that, I can't speculate, but are there goals set? I mean, I guess I'm wondering what research and analysis has gone into to develop the action plan.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We don't have any number-specific goals, but we have a number of objectives that we're trying to achieve.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Okay, thank you. Well, if I could maybe have a look at that action plan, I would certainly be very interested. And I do think, you know, I mean, from my experience working in the public sector, having an action plan without specific goals, you really can't measure where you're coming from and you can't measure where you're going. But I think that sounds like some issues that you're grappling with in other areas in terms of consumption of local foods in other areas. And I guess I would just encourage the department to develop, if it's not available yet in different areas, but the strong metrics so that we can actually measure progress. And just to confirm, is there, in the equity action plan, is there any consideration of the 2S LGBTQ plus community?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So our data would come from labor market stats, historical analysis, census of agriculture data, conversation with producers, and it's not broken down by specific communities.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So I'm going to switch gears. We spoke last week in question period about farmers markets in Nova Scotia, and I mean, I think Nova Scotia had amazing farmers markets before COVID, and they certainly demonstrated their flexibility and vitality throughout COVID in terms of, you know, making sure they could get producers' goods out to consumers in ways that were creative and safe. The farmers markets in Nova Scotia did ask the department for a one-time emergency infusion of funds to support their members who have, you know, really taken on a lot of extra work without necessarily extra revenue or extra support. And I understand that that request was denied by the minister, and I'm wondering if you can talk a bit about why that request was denied and what your vision is for farmers markets in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we, as a department, wouldn't cover insurance or damage as a result of a storm for winter storms that occurred in January and February for farmers markets. But in the letter back, we did make a list of a number of partnerships where we've provided support to farmers markets across the province, and be happy to share that with you if you haven't seen it, if the member hasn't seen it already.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. I would like to see that. And to go back to my second question, what is your vision for farmers markets in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Farmers markets are going to be an important partner in moving forward with a number of initiatives that we have in the department, and we've had some introductory conversations and look forward to continuing with those and having them as a partner at the table.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Perhaps you can talk a bit about what some of those initiatives are. I'm also interested in the question that I previously had the opportunity to ask in question period around farmers markets being charged commercial rates by Nova Scotia Power. And will you be making a legislative amendment on this in this session?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that situation was brought to my attention, and we've discussed it as a government. I've had a conversation, different conversations with my colleague in Natural Resources and Renewables, who handles the file on Nova Scotia Power, and yeah, we're looking at a number of options to alleviate that pressure.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
And just to go back to my other question, what are some initiatives that you're intending to undertake in the coming fiscal year to support farmers markets?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've given $165,000 to farmers markets over 2 years. In terms of specific initiatives, it's too early to get into those right now, but again, we've had introductory meetings with the Farmers Markets Association, and they're working with our buy local teams on moving forward, and we have a number of projects under review. And just to go back to the question about Nova Scotia Power, neglected to mention that we also, I've connected my energy manager to the farmers markets to look at, in addition to what we may do as a government, is more energy efficient ways to reduce some of those costs.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you for that. And I mean, I guess I will just say that I find it concerning that you're talking about it's too early to talk about initiatives that I presume you've made budget allocations for. So I'm just wondering, like, without knowing what you were funding, how did you put forward a departmental estimates?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have blanket budget allocations, and it wouldn't be fair to our farmers market partners to specify what that may be.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
From my time in government, I will say that blanket budget allocations I'm surprised that a conservative government would put some money in without knowing where it was going, especially when money is tight. So that is very surprising. I'm wondering, within this, what's the plan for planning it, reporting it? I mean, I've worked in the Nova Scotia government. I mean, I know there's a commitment to results-based management. So you talk about what your results are and your vision, and then how you're going to get there. And in my humble opinion, and only then do you talk about the money. So I don't understand how you built your budget with blanket allocations.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are many different stakeholders involved and a number of different programs that we'd be looking at. So it's we have different contracts with different partners. So it would be too early.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Okay, I still think that's, I know I'm new to this process from this side of the table, but I think if you have contracts, then it shouldn't be too early to answer questions about what they're for. But I'll leave that with you and try and get on to a few more questions. And I'm wondering about what in the budget is allocated to better support young farmers. And I will also add, or first-generation farmers, so farmers who want to enter the industry.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Farm Next program provides $30,000 for new farmers. There are specific microloan programs as well for the Farm Loan Board, and these are negotiated through our agreements with the federal government, our next policy framework, and we can continue to advocate for those programs. The new ones would be under the next policy framework.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Can you provide an estimate of how many young farmers you would anticipate supporting this year with those avenues?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So approximate numbers, but for the Farm Next program, we had 5 applicants and 7 for the microloan programs.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
I wanted to jump back to one of the programs that you referenced in your opening remarks, the We Talk, We Grow program. I'm also aware of this program. And it seems really important to think about mental health of agricultural producers as well as folks living in rural areas. I know from my research in mental health that actually 2 of the major national mental health initiatives in Ireland and Australia really started because of the crisis in the mental health of rural farmers. And in Australia, that was particularly linked to climate change disasters that had happened in the agricultural industry. So folks, having to cull their entire herds and that sort of thing because of drought. So I'm wondering if you can clarify, is this a program going forward? Is there continued funding from the department? And what sort of evaluation or measurement was done on what's already been implemented?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I've indicated my continued support for the Farm Safety Advisory Board through the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture. They gather the data, and as well as I mentioned in my opening remarks, that make sure that the department's frontline extension staff have been trained in mental health first aid so they can provide clients with the information on the available resources that are out there.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
One of the gaps for producers in the province, and certainly friends of mine who have tried to enter different industries have found this too, are the means to process or refine products. So commercial kitchens, abattoirs, processing facilities, and marketing support. I'm wondering what investments the Department of Agriculture is making in this coming year to support the industry to expand their capacity beyond those sort of bottlenecks.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have dedicated programs to help with those various groups that the member mentioned, including technologies for value-added agriculture, 20 applications in 2021 for a total of $264,000.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you so much for your time here tonight and answering my questions. I'm going to leave the rest of my time to the Honourable Member for Cumberland North, and thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the member for Cumberland North. At the time now is 7:54.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and you're almost done. How much time would you like me to leave for closing comments and statement?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 1 minute would be fine.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So Cumberland County is a large agricultural area. We're very proud of our farming heritage. And of course, one of the biggest topics right now is the price of diesel. And I'm wondering if the department is working with other departments on ways to possibly help alleviate the pressures on our farmers.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're always working with different departments to make things easier for our farmers. I would go back to the environmental programs that we have in place that help reduce cost for those producers, whether it be solar programs, wind programs, those sorts of things. But we're constantly working with other departments.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know, pumped my own gas yesterday in my truck, and I was like, usually the price of gas and diesel are somewhat comparable, but right now the price of diesel is, I think it's over $2 a liter. But anyways, it doesn't sound like there's any plans, but certainly I would want to just share that it is one of the concerns that's been brought to me by local farmers. And depending on what happens, you know, with Ukraine and Russia and the pressures, the geopolitical pressures on diesel and gas, it's something to consider. That's going to be difficult for our farmers moving forward. So Cumberland has approximately 30% of the arable farmland, and I'd love to just put a little plug in. Historically, we used to have farm reps, or ag reps, we used to call them. I still remember ours. He'd just stop in and say hi and see if there was anything that we needed. I grew up on a dairy farm, and a lot of farmers, I know that you have great people working in your department, so there's no question there. It's just a lot of farmers are missing that personal connection with the department, and over the last last decade, I guess for sure, Cumberland was serviced out of Truro, and even though the person in Truro was responsible to cover Cumberland, I was told that within a 12-month period, they'd only visited Cumberland on 2 occasions. And of course, going back to the fact that we have 30% of the arable farmland, I believe our farmers in our area could be a large part of your success in moving forward, especially with improving and increasing local food production. So, and you don't have to answer right now, or you can try, but I mean, I just want to let you know we would love to have more representation from your department. I think you'd get a good outcome, I think, for that investment, and it's something that our local farmers would be craving. We do have large producers, but we do also have this real strong movement of smaller, many organic farmers, and there's an incredible movement. And we have a local program called Eat Local Cumberland. I don't know if you've heard of it or not. And we have 2 employees right now. One's working on a local food hub project, and the other is working more with local community gardens and with schools for education. But they recently on Saturday had an event called Seedy Saturday, and they had people from all over sharing different seeds that they have grown, and they were sharing. But they asked me, they said, Elizabeth, right now we're being funded through a JCP, and that ends. So is there any provincial funding, any way of continuing our work, and that our salaries, in order to have, I guess, sustainability for this program and project? So would there be any funding available for nonprofits like Eat Local Cumberland to ensure we can continue the great work that's started?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the first question, we have, the department has 5 ag reps across the province. They're not, they're known as extension officers, but they essentially fill the same role. There's a lot of concern that we don't have ag reps, but these people do essentially the same job. And we also have business development officers who are always keen to meet and explore. But I can tell the member that one of the things that I'm always encouraged by when I go to visit a farm is the relationship that the producer has with our extension officers. Those relationships are strong. They're in place, and they they are willing to work to make life easier for them. And that will continue regardless of what the position is called. And in regards to the second question, we'll certainly reach out to our food strategy, related to our food strategy to see if there's any connections that can be made there.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so I know that a previous member had already asked about the Chignecto Isthmus, but while I'm here, I wanted to just ask, I've got a lot of local experts on the isthmus, and one of the questions that one asked me to ask, he has farmland that's currently being flooded due to the, I guess, failing abattoir on the Missaguash River. So it's around the Mount Watley Road area. And so I gave him a copy of the report, the study, once it was released, and he is very concerned about the potential timeline of 10 years before the dike work would be done. So he said there was some discussion with your department, with the minister's department, on taking the exact same engineering plans that were used with the abattoir on the La Planche River, which I think was replaced about 5 years ago. It's functioning very well. Local farmers are really happy with it. So his suggestion to me was to ask you, could they take those same engineering plans and get the work started on the Missaguash River where that abattoir needs to be replaced before, rather than waiting between 5 to 10 years to get all of the dike work done. Could that abattoir be replaced soon?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the new Fisheries Act in 2019, it would make replicating that very difficult. But we will continue to work with our partners on that, on both sides of the provincial boundary, and follow a Public Works lead on that file.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North with 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And one of the recommendations of this local farmer was he thought that your department would have most of the knowledge in government around dikes and abattoirs, and wanted me to, I guess, ensure that this government is using the expertise that we have in government, and assured me that that was in your department. And so I'm assuming that your department will work closely with Public Works, and can you just give us an assurance that that will happen?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I've got a lot of expertise just to my left here in Mr. Becker's, and yeah, I can certainly assure the member opposite that there's a lot of collaboration between the different departments, agriculture and Public Works in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, and again, working with our federal counterparts. There is a lot of expertise in the departments that are at the table on this file.
I recognize the member from Cumberland North.
Okay, so I think my time is up. I want to make sure I give you time for your last statement. So my last little plug, just 10 seconds, is I would love to see some work around greenhouses, not just commercial, but for the department to consider how we could support, subsidize, tax credit, anything at all to support more residential greenhouses so that individual families could be growing their own local food 12 months of the year. So just wanted to put that little plug in, and I'll leave the rest of the time for you.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the members from both parties and our independent member for their questions. Thank you to all my staff for all their hard work and late nights. They were ready to go Wednesday, and here we are on Monday, but certainly appreciate all their hard work. And with that, I will read the resolution.
Yes, I invite the minister to, obviously, for the closing remarks, which he has, and read the department's estimates and resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $40,499,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Agriculture pursuant to the estimate.
Shall Resolution E2 stand? All those in favor say agree. Those opposed? The resolution stands. Meeting adjourned. We're going to call for a 10-minute recess. Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 8:15 p.m. The Subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Economic Development as outlined in Resolution E5. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $96,529,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Economic Development pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Minister of Economic Development to make opening remarks up to 1 hour, and if they wish to introduce their staff to the committee, you can do so. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about the 2022-23 budget of the Department of Economic Development. I am very pleased to be here today and to answer questions about the department. But to begin, I would like to introduce a few of the people who are with me. Joining me to my right, I had to think hard on that one, is Louise Cameau, Director of Financial Advisory Services at Finance and Treasury Board, supporting Department of Economic Development. And to my left, Deputy Minister Scott Farmer. As well with us tonight, we have staff from Economic Development and senior staff from our department's Crown corporations, a group of people collectively that I'm very, very privileged to work with. Mr. Chair, I'd like to start by outlining the work of economic development. Economic development is about creating opportunity for every Nova Scotian. Our work is broad, running the gamut from programs that encourage entrepreneurship to helping grow entire sectors of our economy. It encompasses business large and small, major employers to mom and pop shops, sole proprietorships, even micro businesses. It spans the urban and the rural environments, traditional industries, and the products and services of tomorrow. And properly done, it inspires, empowers, and lifts up communities. It is, as I stated in the legislature last fall, ensuring a certain amount of ribbing from colleagues, particularly in opposition, for some time to come, the Ministry of Possibilities. My role is to help make the possible probable, achievable, and dare we dream reliable. Because Nova Scotia and Nova Scotians have what it takes to succeed. Mr. Chair, members on all sides of the House agree our province has tremendous potential. Right now, Nova Scotia is growing because people from other provinces and nations can see it too. At Economic Development, we are determined to unlock that potential. Together with our Crown corporations, NSBI, InnovaCorp, Events East and Develop Nova Scotia, as well as Invest Nova Scotia, our work focuses on creating the conditions for businesses to thrive and creating an economy in which all Nova Scotians can participate, contribute, and benefit. A key part of our work is collaboration, whether it's with our colleagues across government, post-secondary institutions, the business community, or social enterprise. We work together to find innovative solutions to our economic challenges and seize opportunities. I'd like to take a few moments to touch on some of the areas I've been focusing on over the past several months. Mr. Chair, over the last 2 years, Nova Scotia businesses have faced substantial challenges and made many sacrifices for the public good. They have been nimble, finding new and innovative ways of doing business, and they did their very best to ensure Nova Scotians still had access to the products and services we know, need, and love. As we begin to emerge from the particular challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, we will continue to work with our business community to overcome obstacles and once again seize opportunities for growth. Since becoming Minister of Economic Development, I've had the pleasure of meeting with many business owners and business leaders from across the province to hear firsthand their experiences, concerns, and ideas. Mr. Chair, during my regional tour of Cape Breton, I was able to meet with businesses and community leaders one-on-one to get an in-depth look at some of the exciting work happening on the ground. This was also an excellent opportunity to hear about the challenges businesses were facing, as well as a chance to discuss how we can work together to grow our economy. I've also been lucky to gather in larger settings, albeit usually virtually, with the business community and many of our stakeholders by attending events and more formal meetings, such as those with the Halifax CEO Council and the Nova Scotia Business, Labour and Economic Coalition. I've even met with the South Queen's Chamber of Commerce. Through these meetings, I, as Minister, and my staff have worked to create an open, frank, and ongoing dialogue. We are committed to listening, to gathering feedback, and to working with business and communities to identify opportunities as we embark on pandemic recovery. And I can tell you this direct insight has been invaluable to me. Because the fact is, it is business people who know business best. Just as it is those who work in a particular sector day in and day out who know that sector best, or those who live and work in a particular region who know best that region's challenges and related opportunities. And that's why a key part of growing our economy will be working with communities, whether sectoral or geopolitical, to support and empower them, and in so doing, create the conditions for growth. To quote directly from my mandate letter, a brighter future starts with a shared belief in what our province can do, a belief in each other, a belief in our communities, a belief in fellow Nova Scotians. Mr. Chair, for too long, we have collectively, if subconsciously, bought into the idea that you had to leave Nova Scotia to prove your mettle, whether that was your professional acumen or your business idea. And as a result, many of our would-be best and brightest, they left, only returning for nostalgic summer holidays by the sea. The beneficiaries of their talent, their innovation, wealth, or job creation, largely elsewhere. That stops now, Mr. Chair, as our government works to enable entrepreneurs to build their ideas here. Show young Nova Scotians, as well as their peers from across Canada, that there are good jobs and great lifestyle opportunities here. Promote retraining in support of a just transition away from those industries that no longer serve our planet or collective welfare. Support innovation and investment here at home so that our companies and our people can achieve their greatest potential. Mr. Chair, governments at every level love to talk about innovation. The word is thrown around so much, it begins to lose its meaning. However, at its core, innovation means doing things differently, and generally in pursuit of a better outcome. Looked at in such a way, innovation can be found in every part of Nova Scotia. It's common among many who work in our resource industries, though they won't use that word to describe it. Still, whenever a farmer, fisher, or forester comes up with a handy little contraption that saves them work or effort, that mechanizes a process, reduces waste, or provides a cost efficiency, that is innovation in action. And in some cases, that idea may even be something that could be commercialized. Mr. Chair, we know that innovation and sustainability are at the core of any strong economy. That whether a business is large or small, there is always opportunity to become a more innovative and profitable organization. As a province, we have to start investing in ourselves. We have capable and talented people and organizations here, and we know when companies focus on new and better products or processes, they have better opportunities to succeed. As a government, we must play a role in helping companies invest in themselves and their employees. And it's been encouraging to see Nova Scotia businesses retool and adapt with that support. Companies like Coltech International in Colchester County, known by its brand name Kohler Windows. Through the Innovation Rebate Program administered by NSBI, Coltech has undertaken forward-looking investments, identifying market changes that will see triple glazed windows become the norm. The company has added a new glass cutting machine as part of a 30,000 square foot expansion that has doubled the company's capacity while also providing for greater precision. Even the company's door processing capacity has increased by 33%. Made possible through an $850,000 innovation rebate, this investment has created 7 additional full-time jobs and increased revenues by almost, or is expected to increase revenues by almost $20 million. In Colebrook, Mr. Chair, the Scotian Gold Cooperative has developed a new controlled atmosphere facility that prolongs the storage life of apples through the pre-programming of oxygen and carbon dioxide levels. This system allows Scotian Gold to better access export markets in the EU and to expand its already dominant share of the U.S. Honeycrisp market from 50%, a full 50%, to 75%. Over 5 years, it's expected the company's volume will increase from 60,000 bins to 87,000 bins. That is nearly 61 million pounds of fruit. Employment will increase by 20 packing days a year, and revenues are projected to increase from $44 million in 2018 to $55.7 million this year, all thanks to a $477,000 innovation rebate. Mr. Chair, the pilot innovation rebate programs were instrumental in assisting companies across Nova Scotia adapt to new opportunities. And we know these programs are important to support businesses as they continue to recover from the pandemic, to evolve and to grow. And that's why I was so pleased to announce recently that we are making the Innovation Rebate Program a permanent, ongoing program and committing annual funding of $12 million. Mr. Chair, we are focused on investing in solutions that work, and these innovation rebates have a proven track record of success. Participating companies can increase their competitiveness through product development, improvements in production, and greening of waste streams. Going forward, this now permanent program will help more Nova Scotia businesses adopt new technologies and solutions, and it will also advance our government's priority of helping businesses reduce their carbon footprint and become more sustainable and competitive. My department will continue to focus on innovation-driven, green and sustainable businesses, businesses already here, those who want to locate to our province, and the startups of tomorrow. Mr. Chair, as we look at our economy, we know there is no better way to support sustainability at an individual level than to buy local. All Nova Scotians benefit when we use our collective purchasing power to buy products that are made here at home. And that's why we've been steadfast in developing the Nova Scotia Loyal program. This program will create an incentive for Nova Scotians to buy products that are made, manufactured, or substantially produced in Nova Scotia. And we know that by encouraging more Nova Scotians to choose local, we will grow our economy and keep more money here at home. It's important to understand that Nova Scotia Loyal is both an economic call to action and a consumer incentive program in the retail marketplace. Nova Scotia Loyal will contribute to provincial pride, inspire and invigorate Nova Scotia producers, manufacturers, and consumers, and drive demand for locally made products. Mr. Chair, I am pleased to report that work on the Nova Scotia Loyal program is well underway, and the department has been coordinating an interdepartmental working approach to ensure our development and implementation of the program is as effective as possible. As we continue to make progress, I look forward to sharing more details. Mr. Chair, as we work to grow our economy, something that cuts across all sectors and all businesses is the need for high-speed internet. We know that reliable high-speed internet access for all Nova Scotians cannot come soon enough. It's a vital service in today's world and plays a key role in helping communities across our province, but particularly in rural Nova Scotia, to seize economic opportunities and reach their full potential. Mr. Chair, new connections are happening daily. With the Nova Scotia Internet Funding Trust projects announced to date, along with independent municipal-led projects and Bell's wireless home internet service, we are on track to achieve high-speed internet coverage for 99% of Nova Scotia's homes and businesses by the end of 2023. The goal is to achieve high-speed internet access for as close to 100% of the remaining homes and businesses as possible. There are approximately 4,300 underserved or unserved homes and businesses remaining across the province, of which about 1,000 do not have commercial power. To address this, Develop Nova Scotia is actively working with their pre-qualified service providers on these areas to find solutions and explore different technologies, including satellite. We will continue to work with the Trust and Develop Nova Scotia on both high-speed internet access and satellite options, and look forward to sharing more updates in the weeks ahead. Mr. Chair, Nova Scotia has many comparative advantages, including a highly skilled workforce, a truly unique post-secondary landscape, quality of life, innovation ecosystems, and commitments to the environment. These advantages enable Nova Scotia to attract new companies and more people to our province. Economic development and our Crown corporations will continue to work together to leverage these advantages and attract more businesses to Nova Scotia, again, focusing on innovation and sustainability. Mr. Chair, we want to ensure the mechanisms government uses to attract investment and businesses are as effective and efficient as possible. And that's why we are reviewing these mechanisms and looking to see if there are gaps or alternatives that can offer greater opportunities. This review will help the development and delivery of new practices, which will allow us to encourage more startups, attract new companies, and grow the companies already here. Mr. Chair, government is also reviewing 20 of its agencies, offices, and Crown corporations. This review is ongoing, and while I cannot speculate on the outcome, I can tell you that the goal is ultimately to ensure the most effective and accountable methods that achieve results. This is a great opportunity to look at where we can build our strengths and serve Nova Scotians in the best possible way. So I'd like to take this opportunity to touch briefly on the work of our crowns. Develop Nova Scotia. Develop Nova Scotia aims to lead the sustainable development of economic and social infrastructure across the province. And as mentioned, Develop is also leading the Internet for Nova Scotia initiative. NSBI, Nova Scotia Business Inc. NSBI's work ranges from helping businesses to grow exports to attracting those innovative, globally competitive companies that we want to establish a business here in Nova Scotia. Anova Corp. Anova Corp works to find, fund, and foster innovative Nova Scotia startups through early-stage venture capital that can help drive provincial growth. Events East is a partnership between the province of Nova Scotia and the Halifax Regional Municipality to manage and operate the Halifax Convention Centre, the Scotiabank Centre, and Ticket Atlantic, with a focus on events that drive economic and community vibrancy for our province. And Invest Nova Scotia, which is a fund that supports innovative and collaborative projects that improve Nova Scotia's competitiveness with a focus on sustainability and economic and social well-being. Mr. Chair, I'd like to conclude by acknowledging that as we begin to emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic, our province has many exciting opportunities ahead. For the past 2 years, Nova Scotians have come together, and their strength, perseverance, and creativity have shone through. And I know those same principles will guide us as we move from economic recovery into growth. Nova Scotia has many distinct advantages and valuable assets, including a competitive economy, plentiful resources, our beautiful coastlines, and a strong commitment to community well-being. Perhaps our most important asset, however, is the people who call Nova Scotia home. Mr. Chair, Nova Scotians are loyal, sometimes to a fault. We work hard, and it's time we reaped more fully the fruits of our labors by working smarter and more sustainably. This government has a clear future, clear vision for the future of our province, and together we will design an economy that all Nova Scotians can benefit from. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. According to the practice that has developed in the legislature, the opposition caucuses takes turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour. During a caucus's turn, the members within a caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimate resolution. Only the minister may answer the questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. To begin the examination, I now recognize the official opposition, and I recognize the member for Northside Westmount. The current time is 8:39 and will conclude at 9:37 this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your introduction. Congratulations on your appointment as well to the Minister of Possibilities. Well, it's the last time we'll talk about that tonight. Congratulations to your staff for getting ready for this this great event and for putting your budget together and helping you to be successful. So I know it's from a staff perspective, it's a lot of time and effort on your behalf. So on behalf of Nova Scotians, thank you for that. I'll start my questioning, Minister, around the actual overall budget. So in this fiscal year, the forecast is significantly higher than previous estimate. And a lot of that would be due to the idea that businesses required a lot of supports while we were in a pandemic. But when I look at that, and in your preamble, you mentioned that we're emerging from the pandemic several times. I'm not so sure about that, and I'm not so sure that businesses aren't going to require those supports. We'll get to that later. So overall, based on forecast spending for this fiscal year to the estimate for 22-23 is a $56 million cut. So I'm just wondering if you can give us an idea of where that has come from.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Chair. And to the member opposite, your question references the comparison of estimate to estimate. And in fact, there is a change between those estimates. But if we look at the estimate for 2021-22 and then the forecast, we will see right there 47,500, 47 million. Yeah, if only. 47,509,000 as being the difference. The reference was made to the idea of support. I'm not sure how to interpret the idea of support, but if we look at 47 million and start subtracting 30 million, 30.8 million for the Small Business Impact Grant, as an example, which was an initiative of the former government during the lockdown period of the spring of 2021. And quickly we look into some other, what I would call some critical connections, which equally relate to economic recovery. And that would be the recent allocation to Halifax International Airport Authority for their Air Access Fund, 6.25 million to the Sydney Airport Authority to create for the first time an Air Access Fund. For those in the room who may be less familiar, the Air Access Fund that was set up for Halifax International Airport Authority was originally designed to provide funds to incent companies to build the international, the services to international airports and destinations locations. What we saw, of course, during COVID was a horrendous impact across the air industry. And so these recent investments of money to once again go back to the drawing board, incent the airlines to bring back flights. But what we recognized, Mr. Chair, was the fact that we could not, it was not sensible to build back the international connectivity without first building out the regional and domestic connectivity. And so that $13 million is open to investments at the discretion of Halifax International Airport Authority, once again, with the premise that those working in these industries know their industries best, and why should government tell them how much of a percentage should, say, go to domestic? As well, there was $8.5 million allocated to the Internet Trust. And this will be a contribution that is earmarked for a satellite hardware program, again, delivering on this essential connectivity, essential to Nova Scotia's economic future. And there are other projects, but if you start adding up very quickly in terms of that difference between previous estimates and forecast, you will see that there was a growth in the spending of the Department of Economic Development directly related to supports during COVID. And anticipating your follow-up question, there remains, where necessary, we have the capacity and, of course, the commitment that we will continue to work with business to identify places where future supports may be necessary.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
I think the minister may have misunderstood my question. My question was actually not estimate to estimate or forecast to estimate. It was why the current estimate is significantly lower than the previous spend in 21-22. And that you didn't anticipate my second question because that wasn't it. My next question, if the minister would like, will go estimate to estimate. So when I look estimate to estimate 21-22, 22-23, we see about an $8 million reduction from estimate to estimate. So given the fact that you're willing to work with businesses, your organizations to help them in new funding, can you please explain the reduction in $8 million estimate to estimate? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the member, we can absolutely speak to that $8 million difference. There were a number of reductions which collectively add up to $15.5 million. This includes Develop Nova Scotia's completion of various capital projects at $7.4 million, removal of an operating grant to reflect to provide Develop Nova Scotia with revenues lost due to the pandemic situation. Events East, there was a change in their operating losses of $500,000. The Nova Scotia, the Forestry Innovation Rebate Program, which has been completed. The Innovation Rebate Program for Small and Medium Enterprises, which has been completed, each of those at $2 million. And the Export Development Program, $1 million. The Nova Scotia Jobs Fund, $1.3 million. As I mentioned, that adds up collectively to reductions of $15.5 million. At the same time, those are offset by some increases, collectively totaling $6.7 million. And that includes $1 million for the Charlotte Street redesign project, a fantastic initiative back home in Cape Breton. I am sure the member will agree. As well, the payroll rebates, NSBI payroll rebates, reflecting our agreements in that regard, and $2 million for the Innovation Rebate Program.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So lots of cuts to Develop Nova Scotia, operating grants, capital grants. Interesting considering that we're looking to them to do lots of work coming forward in this fiscal year. But in the essence of time, I'm going to move on to another section. And that would be around economic recovery. It's been mentioned a number of times this evening and a number of times in the legislature. In September, this government fired the Economic Growth Council, which was tasked with growing the province's economy and help us to recover stronger from the pandemic. Could you explain to me why we felt that it was necessary not to get the results of the work of this Economic Growth Council?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Mr. Chair, to the honourable member, the Economic Growth Council, which was populated by a number of significant leaders of business and political and community life, handpicked by the former premier, and had submitted an early report of their results. I would hesitate absolutely to say they were fired. They were thanked for their efforts because, frankly, we came into government with a very strong vision of our own for the path forward. And I am most appreciative and personally reached out to all the members of that council, but I would say it was a group assembled of a time, as I say, very connected to the former premier, and we thank them. That information was not shredded or disregarded, but the simple truth of the matter is that we have our own plan.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, we haven't seen the plan yet, but I just kind of want to go back on that questioning a little bit. A group handpicked by the Premier of successful, well-intentioned, strong business people to use your words, handpicked, and I can't say how they were chosen as a growth council. But this sounds like it was a partisan move on your government's part to just disregard the work. So you say it hasn't been disregarded, it hasn't been shelved or hasn't been shredded. Is there a possibility that maybe we could see the results of that work?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
In all honesty, I would have to look into the state of the work at the time when the council was disbanded. I either may not be a ready-made document that could be handed over, but we do have the very public list of recommendations that were made. And I wish to speak carefully because there absolutely were some very talented, significant people on that group. But the plan that was provided, and I can't speculate as to the process in that room when they met and how things were assembled or assimilated, but our government has decided to embark on, frankly, a bolder path than a giant pair of scissors cutting red tape.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wow. Okay, so it's clear that you're not interested in the Economic Growth Council, and that's fair. That's your prerogative. I guess my next question would be, when can we see your bold path? Because it's 7 months. And I would refer to your mandate letter with a quarterly update of March 17th, 2022. We're now April 4, 2022. Has the timeline changed for your update from the mandate letter to provide Nova Scotians with your plan to get us out of, to help us recover from pandemic?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
First, as regards the timeline, all timelines issued by the Premier have been met. What is being suggested tonight in the current question, and certainly having witnessed my colleague, Minister Morrow, in this chair a short time ago, there are questions around whether those reports, quarterly reports, would be public information. And to be clear, we have absolutely committed to being a transparent government. But many of the initiatives that we have undertaken Those initiatives that are outlined in mandate letters and in our election platform before that, they are still in the planning and finalization stages. So it would not be appropriate, I would suggest, to reveal all the details of a developing program. Beyond that, in terms of the suggestion that we are not being the bold government that we represented ourselves to be, I will respectfully disagree. In our most recent budget, the more opportunities for skilled trades, so much of our economic development plan, which is fully revealed in the lines of not only my mandate letter, but those of my colleagues, so much ties to population growth through immigration, through retaining the many young people and people of various ages who come to Nova Scotian universities and NSCC campuses, and to get them to stay. And with this particular new program, to be able to say, not just to a Nova Scotian young person looking at their career, but equally to a skilled trade person 30 and under in another part of this country, that you will be able, if you are on the list of designated trades, and when that list comes out, it is quite broad, that you will receive back provincial income tax on the first $50,000 of your income, an amount that will add up to over $4,000 for many of them. That is a significant incentive and a bold move.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, you talk about transparency and openness with regard to Nova Scotians and timelines, but when we FOI-popped your timelines, the FOI-pop came back fully redacted. Timelines missing, nothing to indicate to us what the plan is or to Nova Scotians. So what are we hiding from Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Mr. Chair, through you to the member opposite, and lest he think because I took a moment to confer with my deputy that I didn't have an answer to that one. I will say, as a former journalist, I've filed a lot of Freedom of Information Act requests over the years, and it is a very frustrating thing to receive a highly redacted report. As minister, I frankly don't have much to do with the FOI-pop process other than be made aware that one has arrived. So I have no firsthand knowledge of the amount that was blackened and redacted. However, in cases where the information requested is advice to government that informs the decisions of Treasury and Cabinet, it is appropriate that those types of information are redacted. There is an appropriate time and place for information to be shared with the public. We are very happy to do that, and as I say, we remain very committed to open government and transparency.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Minister, I would think it would be foolhardy not to rely on the advice of your deputy, absolutely. I guess my next question would be around your version of economic recovery. And how will you measure economic recovery? How will you know that we have arrived and we've recovered?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. It is very important that there are measures and metric of progress on such an important issue as economic recovery and future growth, and certainly tied to any investments that the government makes in regards to these and other challenges. So we would look to, in the budget document, there are references to measures such as GDP. We know that Nova Scotia's real GDP contracted to 2.5% in 2020, which was the second smallest decline among provinces after Prince Edward Island, but that said, our largest decline in decades. Real GDP is projected to increase 3% in 2021 and 1.5% in 2022 as the economy recovers. So that will be one metric we will be looking at. We will also be looking at population growth. We already know we have very encouraging trends in that regard. We will look at unemployment levels, which are also giving us very favorable information at this time. And we take, at the same time, we take none of this for granted. COVID is still in our province and in our communities, and because in many ways we set an example for much of Canada through the early waves of the pandemic, in some ways we're feeling COVID in a way that we have not previously. And I say that when I say feel as a people, I mean that. But we are not at the same place that we were a year ago or 18 months ago. We recently lifted most of the remaining restrictions with some exceptions in and around schools and specific healthcare facilities. Businesses are reporting an increase in traffic and sales, but we will continue to monitor all of this and as well to benchmark ourselves against other provinces and their progress. Thank you.
I recognize the member for North South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, with all due respect, I didn't hear a lot of metrics. I didn't hear a lot of specific measurements. You talked a little bit about GDP. I didn't hear anything about GDP to debt or where we're going to be in years to come with GDP. And I'm sure you've heard of a report written by a very prominent Nova Scotia called the Ivany Report. And within the Ivany Report, the coalition indicated a number of goals that would be that would show a rising economy, such as doubling tourism. Let's see what else we had here. Increasing our exports. So when I hear from you what your vision or your measurement of economic growth is, I would love to hear, look, we're going to grow tourism. We're going to double tourism. We're going to grow exports. We've had previous conversations about blueberries, and I've heard that blueberries are the largest export in Nova Scotia, which is wonderful. What are we going to do to work with some of our other industries to improve their exports for Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Chair. And with respect to my honorable colleague, it takes a heck of a lot of blueberries to outdo what we export in seafood, so I think you better check your figures there. In terms of the Ivany report, a very, very important report, a report that at the time when it was issued, and I was working, obviously, in the private sector, the single thing, strongest thing I took away from the Ivany report was the call to action to stop studying it and do it, to have faith in ourselves and confidence in ourselves. So I think that, frankly, our government's approach is spot on in terms of the spirit of the Ivany report. As far as doubling tourism, we know that the pandemic kicked the filling out of the tourism industry. Last year, after a slow start due to the spring surge in COVID cases and a bit of a late opening, nonetheless, many of our operators managed to get in a latter part of a summer and a fall with pretty impressive results. But we were still relying, by and large, on our fellow Nova Scotians, our fellow Atlantic Canadians, and on a few Central Canadians who were brave enough to make the journey here. This summer, all God being willing, we will see a return of visitation, and we will get a check-in of the value of our tourism industry. In other words, there's been an interruption following 2019. We are going to have to reset the clock, but doubling the revenues for tourism was a very good goal because it speaks not only to more, it speaks to more dollars. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not sheer volume, it's how you approach it. It's implicit in that directive was looking at how you could get a higher dollar for the tourism products, how you could develop products that demanded a higher dollar without increasing the impact on public and community infrastructure. So while not explicitly in my mandate, because tourism, of course, has moved to the former Department of Communities, Culture and Heritage, doubling tourism, once we get our benchmark, is a very, very good goal. In terms of increasing exports, during the pandemic, Nova Scotia Business Inc., to their credit, hit the ground running and began offering a lot of their programs and various workshops in terms of how to better export products, particularly how to export products in a world where you couldn't go on a plane and travel to the EU and meet with the folks in that in that future potential market. So we have continued to tick away on that, and we do look forward now as the world opens up that absolutely exporting will be a major area of economic activity and will continue to be supported as it is right now, primarily through our Crown Corporation, NSBI, and its programming.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to refer back to the metrics that the minister talked about, and GDP being one of the bigger metrics. Based on your own documents in 2024, page 57 of your budget, it appears as though the GDP is going to go down by 0.2%. I'm sure that concerns you. But I'm going to move on my line of questioning now to another section in the interest of time. So I want to talk a little bit about small business support. So, Minister, the latest data from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business shows that 81% of the province's businesses are concerned about rising costs. And we've all seen those costs rise. Is there anything in this budget that will help businesses alleviate those concerns?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the question, absolutely. Costs are rising, and that is a concern for businesses. It is a concern for virtually every Nova Scotian. What economic development can best offer is to continue to work with businesses to identify better processes, efficiencies, innovations. And that was a very big part of the rationale for making the Innovation Rebate Program a permanent, taking the previous pilot programs, putting them into one, because frankly, I think sometimes, particularly because you mentioned small businesses, we make these distinctions like, so first there was the Innovation Rebate Program, and then we had the small and medium enterprise. And we've had other programs that have started out in that way. No insult meant, but frankly, in terms of Nova Scotia's economic growth, incremental increases in employment, in sales, in productivity by small and medium enterprises add up very quickly to significant gains. They don't tend to get the same headline as landing a new company that brings 500 or 1,000 jobs into town. But in most of the rural constituencies, and certainly the constituencies represented by my colleagues in Government Caucus, a couple of jobs, new jobs added, a part-time job that becomes a full-time job is a big win. So being able to invest in new equipment or new product lines that enable a company to become more profitable, those are the ways that we can truly help businesses with rising costs. We can't subsidize their fuel. We can all hope that certain factors stabilize over time. In some cases, businesses will struggle with having to pass rising costs on to their customers, and that will be decisions that those businesses will have to make to using their own knowledge of their markets. But those are the ways. That, and once again, those export programs. So if there is a good product, you know, too often, and I'll point to my own neck of the woods, a company, a business may have found a certain level of success, and there is a hesitation to go to the next level, which may be the pursuit of an export market. And a lot of times, and this is where that innovation rebate program comes to bear, well, it might be a good thing, but that's an awful lot of money for me, for our company to invest. The innovation rebate program, in offering a rebate of 25% of eligible costs, has been shown to make that difference. The other thing that I will quickly mention, of course, is there's been much investment, and continues to be much investment, in digital adoption. We need to adopt more instances of using technology, whether that is in how we interface with clients, customers, and suppliers, or automation of certain tasks. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the Innovation Fund, it is a great fund put in place by a previous government, and it does good work. Efficiencies and innovations are great things, but they're for later. They will help a business later, but businesses need help right now. So the minister just said, we can't subsidize their fuel. Is it we can't or won't? Because other jurisdictions are helping people with fuel. They're lowering their fuel tax. They're giving a break at the pumps. So it's we can't or won't. Right now, Minister, inflation is currently at 5.7%. It's hurting all of our businesses. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business in Nova Scotia shows that 66% our businesses are still below normal revenues. Now, numerous times I've heard us say this evening that we are emerging from the pandemic. We're emerging from the pandemic. Clearly, we're not emerging yet because businesses are not getting to the levels pre-pandemic. So I guess my question to the minister is, given the fact that we're heading into a very significant wave, are you worried about the latest variants and how they're going to impact businesses, and will there be supports there for them if they're impacted by this most significant wave?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I would be a pretty cold and callous person if I was not at all worried about the potential impacts of what is now being described in media as a sixth wave. And I've worked in media, and so I allow myself to be critical sometimes of, you know, in the quest of a story, and what does it mean for there to be a wave? Nova Scotia's second wave locked down HRM, and that was very significant. But for many of us in other parts of the province, it was less impactful. But to be clear, absolutely we worry about this. The decision on effective March 21st to lift so many of the mandates was heavily weighed with, I would add, Department of Health always being the lead agent in terms of the information used to make those decisions. What I absolutely will commit to, what we have consistently committed to throughout the roughly 7 months of our government is to continue open, honest, and frank conversations with business, so that if there is an identification of the need for supports to address a situation, that we will work with business to shape and create what is needed. But, once again, it is not the same situation that we have seen in previous waves. We certainly hope it will not escalate in such a way. So we have not had lockdowns, for instance, since the spring of 2021, and that's why the supports that we brought to bear, for instance, in regards to the measures that were brought in December, were oriented to supporting those businesses that were directly impacted. An article the other day indicated that there have been fewer business failures, significantly fewer business failures through the pandemic. And on the surface of things, we say, well, that doesn't make sense. Businesses we know are going through hardships. They've taken on increased debt. Yeah, we know that the hardware stores and the home renos, there have been winners. There have been a few winners, but there have been a lot of businesses across many sectors put through the ringer. So how can it be that we've have this significant reduction in the number of business failures compared to just a regular year, whatever regular or normal will pass for? I don't know what that'll ever be again, but part of this has been influenced by the funds that have been brought to bear by various governments, and I am not critical of those funds, but I do anticipate that as those various funds are ended, we will see some businesses not make it through. And I will be personally sad every time I hear that, because businesses, after all, are run and staffed by people, and people are impacted in those situations. So we'll do our utmost best to support businesses where appropriate, and that would be is my ongoing commitment.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and if the minister would like, I have an idea for her that might help businesses. So a significant, I think it's 67% of businesses in Nova Scotia had to take on debt to survive the pandemic. One of those pieces of debt that was available to businesses was a $40,000 government loan. I think it would go a long way to helping businesses come out of this pandemic and start to build forward if this government was willing to forgive that loan to those businesses. Would the minister commit to forgiving that loan to business?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do thank the member for any suggestions, because in spite of the atmosphere of our House of Assembly on certain days, I think that when we leave the floor of the House, most of us actually can step forward in the name of supporting the communities that we represent and the province that we love. And so I am very open to consideration. I'm not a person, I've taught a very different younger self who might have dismissed things as out of hand, that things are worth some consideration. As regards the Canada Emergency Business Account, which was the $40,000 loans that were lines of credit that were made available, are federally held loans. There have already been changes made on at least one occasion that changed the repayment date And it was the repayment date relative to if you pay back by that date, you will be forgiven 10 of the initial 40,000. I don't see the province of Nova Scotia stepping in to pay off debts that were secured by the federal government. But at the same time, what I will offer is that we will be very mindful of the ability of businesses to service their debt, and I will be very open, as will all the people that I work with in the department, to looking at ways that we may be able to support businesses in dealing with the debt that they have taken on. But one of the ways is to see their businesses resume and to have income to service those debts. But I do recognize that people have taken on extraordinary levels of debt that in a pre-pandemic world, they just would not have gone to that level.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have another idea, Minister, that will help businesses as well, and that would be implementation of the Better Paycheck Guarantee. So if you know, we've heard a lot about it, and you know, I know your government likes to talk about working together and overcome obstacles and work with businesses, but most of the organizations that I've spoken with haven't heard about how the Better Paycheck Guarantee will be implemented. But Nova Scotians really, we've talked about inflation, we've talked about rising fuel costs, we've talked the member for Halifax, Shabukto, took us on a grocery store tour, so we know how much things are going up. But Nova Scotians are not seeing it in their pocketbook. Can we get an update as to when? I didn't see it in the budget. I didn't see Nova Scotia Loyal either, but we'll talk about that in a second. Better Paycheck Guarantee, when can we see an implementation of Better Paycheck?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, and I am delighted that it will be on the record that the the opposition critic for economic development supports the Better Paycheck Guarantee, describing it, you know, as a good idea, a great idea, I think you said, because I agree. And the reality is that we came into this budget after mere months in government, and we made some very clear commitments and very immediate commitments on the healthcare file. And as a sitting member of Treasury Board, I had a very privileged and up-close view of the choices that had to be made, because you just can't do everything all at once. But the Better Paycheck Guarantee, which is an initiative that has been assigned to the finance minister, but with a involvement and a great personal willingness on my part as Minister of Economic Development to be involved, we do look forward to bringing that program to bear as soon as possible. You are correct. It is not in this budget. Regrettably, not regrettably that we took on debt. We told the public, we told the electors we would take on debt to deal with health care. There is a level that we accepted in the debt we're taking on. When we talk about metrics before and GDP to debt, progressive conservative, progressive though we be, nobody really likes to see over the years that are laid out in this budget how high that debt to GDP is. But the decisions were made, and they were made more or less unanimously, that we had to make the spending in regards to health care. So choices were made,
and the More Opportunities and Skilled Trades program was able to go ahead, and the Better Paycheck Guarantee will wait, and we will use that time to figure out the finer details. We have had questions, companies that are not incorporated, for instance, and we're wondering how it would apply to them. We know that Nova Scotians, far too many Nova Scotians, are on the lower end of the wage scale. And that doesn't mean, we're not even talking issues in and around minimum wage. We have managed to grow an economy over successive governments. If we look back 20 years, we have too many people on that lower scale. And that's why we have to choose very carefully where the investments are made in arenas like manufacturing and IT, areas that involve higher salaries. And for those industries that are tied to a business operation model that relies on a lesser wage, a lower living for workers, that's where we need to encourage them to look at things like automation, so that we need fewer people in those roles, and we can gain efficiencies where maybe, just maybe, their wages are increased. But I very much look forward, but it is something that will have to come hopefully in that next budget, but yes, you're correct, it is not in this budget.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount with 5 minutes to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And those Nova Scotians that you talk about, Minister, who are in those lower income brackets, sure could use. So when I referred to Better Paycheck being a good thing, I wasn't referring to your program. I was referring to a person's actual paycheck. And when their paycheck goes up, that's a good thing for all Nova Scotians, especially our middle to low income Nova Scotians. I'm going to start quickly on Nova Scotia Loyal and maybe have to continue this conversation tomorrow. Nothing in the budget for Nova Scotia Loyal. But I hear there's work going on, and I hear there's progress. So can you tell me if there's money in this budget for Nova Scotia Loyal, and how much?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
There is ample capacity in this budget to deliver on Nova Scotia Loyal.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
So I'll take that as a no. There's not anything specific to Nova Scotia Loyal in the budget. Can you give me a specific number of what will be spent on Nova Scotia Loyal in this fiscal year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Until the program is finalized and goes through the Treasury Board process, it would be inappropriate to share that amount. It is pretty much known at this point. I know it must seem terribly frustrating that I am not spilling the beans, and there's a big part of me that would be very, very happy to share, because it's coming, and it's coming soon, and it's going to be a very effective, and it's going to change, it's going to make a significant and positive change in this province.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Will it be a program that low-income Nova Scotians can participate in?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, yes, it will. And these are the types of details when there has been the questioning in question period, which is absolutely the prerogative of the opposition to ask when, where is it, how's it going to look, what. We know there are different, consumers in our province are as different as the people in our province. And they shop at different places, and they seek different products. And what we want to accomplish through this strategy is to give the opportunity for shifts, I'll say small and large, but shifts at the places where those folks do their shopping. So in the questions to the Honourable Minister of Agriculture earlier this evening, there were questions about farmers markets. And farmers markets are a natural venue. They kind of speak to local products. But many Nova Scotians don't do their shopping at farmers markets. They may do their shopping at the Real Atlantic Superstore or in Walmart. And so we have to shape this program so that people can buy local where they shop. And that means different point-of-sale systems. It is challenging. This is not like President's Choice Points, although we have certainly used the best practices of some of the large loyalty programs to inform our creation and decision-making around this program. We know at the farmers market, some people, many vendors, some of them have, you know, the square up. They can take a credit card payment on their telephone, and others are cash only. And then you go to the larger chain stores where an apple in their system is an apple. So how do we develop this program so that it can count a Nova Scotia apple? So there have been challenges, but those challenges have not been barriers. It's just been working those things out so that at the end of the day, this program is as relevant to a Nova Scotian on the lower end of the income stream than those for whom purchasing may come with a little less consideration.
Order. It is now 9:37, and the House is set to adjourn at 10 p.m. That concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House again resolves into a committee of the whole on supply. So I ask you to please return to your seats in the legislative chamber. The committee of the whole House must rise and report before the House concludes its business for the day. Adjourn this meeting.